All right, so it's good to be back. It has been a little bit since I put out a video, and during that time I've been very busy mainly dealing with logistics. And And the logistics that I've been dealing with all relate to concrete. And if you've been watching this channel for a while, you know that for the past 2 years or so, concrete has been my nemesis. That is because right now we're rebuilding a hotel a few hundred yards that way. This hotel requires a lot of concrete because the basement is quite big. You know, it just feels like there's been roadblock after roadblock. We experienced 2 back-to-back floods that completely washed out our road. You know, these are floods that they were calling 1,000-year floods, yet somehow happened in close section to each other. Our 7-mile dirt road just below me is the way that everything gets up here. And the problem with the wiped out road is that no cement trucks can make their way up the road until it's fixed. So it's disheartened. You know, about a month ago, I thought progress on the hotel was done. You know, I was just ready to call it for the year and pick it up again next year. But next year means May, you know, by the time the winter kind of gets through. So that would have been 7-8 months section to each other. So after thinking about it for a while, I was like, you know what? There's got to be a way. And so I started talking to some local contractors, and this plan kind of started to develop. It was one of those things where whispers of it's possible kind of came together, and just a dream team of local contractors came together, and we formed a plan to pour the rest of the wall. And that plan is what this video is all about. All right, so starting tomorrow, there is going to be a lot of activity behind me. That is because starting tomorrow, we are going to begin the process of mixing and pouring 30 yards of concrete in the basement walls behind me. 30 yards is 1,500 90-pound bags of dry concrete mix. That's nearly 70 tons of mix that has to be brought all the way up here. And all of these supplies I'm talking about are being delivered at the bottom of the mountain, which is an 8-mile dirt road away, almost a mile in elevation below us. And the reason that we're having to bring all these supplies up here is because no concrete company will bring their trucks up our road. The road's too dangerous, there's easier jobs elsewhere, and so it's really up to us. You know, so the situation actually isn't that much different than one I was in just over a year ago. At that point in time, we were just beginning the hotel process, and we needed to pour our first concrete into the footers. So the footers are the thing that are gonna support everything you see behind me. And that called for 80 yards of concrete. And so at that time, a guy named Dave Sparks pretty much saved the day. And Dave came over here with his gang all the way from Utah, and they brought a mixer truck. And pretty much right here, we mixed and poured 80 yards of concrete in the same day. And at that time, I thought that was the hardest day I might have up here at Cerro Gordo. You know, Dave proved that it was possible. And so after we put up the first lift, so half of the wall behind me, a local company had seen Dave's video, and they're like, you know what? If Dave can do it, I think we can bring our trucks up there. So the second pour of concrete was super simple. You know, we just had trucks come up, we had a pump, we pumped around, things were done in an hour or so. Unfortunately, when it came time to the third pour, the top half of that wall you see behind me, things haven't been so easy. Turns out after that first run up here, the cement company decided, you know what? No, that road is too dangerous. It's too much of a risk for our drivers. You know, we have much easier jobs everywhere else. We're just not gonna do it. This time, we were taking a little bit different approach. This time, the community that cares so much about this town has all rallied behind it, and we're gonna make it happen. We have probably a half dozen trucks coming. We have probably a dozen to 20 people coming up here to help. I am looking forward to these days almost more than any. You know, they're gonna probably be the hardest days I've ever had up here at Cerro Gordo in 2+ years. But on the other end of those days means the end of the concrete phase of the hotel, which is a day that I've been looking forward to for a very, very long time, because that means framing can begin. That means that this hotel can just come back to life, which has been pretty much my guiding light for the last 2 years. So over the next few days, it's gonna be a lot of transportation, a lot of mixing, a lot of pouring, a lot of learning, a lot of help from a lot of different people, but I'm super excited about it. All right, so everything you see behind me is gonna be underground. This is the basement of the future American Hotel. The front, this area right here, we're hoping to kind of make into a speakeasy. I guess it's not too much of a speakeasy if I'm telling everybody about it on video. And this room over here will be underneath the poker room. So the old hotel here had a poker room, and so it's this size. There'll probably be like some type of closet in the back left corner, like there used to be in the old hotel. And then if you were to go into the closet, there's a little stairwell down, maybe a spiral staircase to get into here. And then from here, you can enter into here. This kind of area over here, this is the stairwell. So this is how you'll get from the basement up to the first floor. It's pretty crazy for me because I think every day I walk into buildings, you never really fully appreciate everything that goes into them. But building a commercial structure from scratch, especially way up here, and touching every bit of it, just gives me a bigger appreciation of everything that goes into these things. And so when I sit here and I look around and I think, you know, what it took to build the hotel that it used to stand here, I just imagine that this will just become part of the story of what had to happen to build this hotel. It's very much the calm before the storm right now, because starting tomorrow, the pallets of concrete are gonna start showing up. Then we're gonna have a mix party. But at the end of all that, the concrete will be done and it will begin framing. And that is something that I've been looking forward to for such a long time. I am so excited to get something like wood and to get our framer Kyle on the project and just really see this project come to life. And there's never been a project in my life that's meant more in the American Hotel than rebuilding it. I think this weekend is kind of a accumulation of all of that. You know, we have guys that are coming back from the very first water team. You know, we got Dave coming up, we got Craig coming up. I get so really emotional when I think, you know, a few hundred years from now, to think this building will still be standing, and it'll be standing because of the result of so many people that cared so deeply about history. But for now, I might just enjoy some of this peace and see how it all goes. All right, so the sun's not even up here in Keeler. I'm excited because today the concrete starts to come. And it's been a few months, to be honest, many more months than I would have hoped before we had hotel progress again. And I hate the feeling just kind of sitting around at Cerro Gordo. I don't think I've been up this early in a while. I've been sleeping in actually, but we're gonna watch the sunrise. We got the forklift here already. Boom. I'm gonna go inside and make some breakfast. And today's gonna be a good day because today is going to be another piece of the hotel done. So we got the first load, and there's 3 total trucks coming. So this is one of the trucks. We got the 5-ton loaded. That is headed up the hill. We already have somebody else heading up the hill. As you can see, we have...
can't use this, so tie this onto the chain, right? Here, look, this hooks onto the chain.
a lot of weight heading up the hill, which is exciting. All of this will help complete and finish the basement of the hotel. The plan was, over the course of 2 days, we were gonna get 40 pallets delivered to Keeler. I was gonna go down there with a forklift, unload these pallets, and start hauling them up the hill. And we have a 5-ton military truck here that was given to us by Dave Sparks, which can haul a lot of weight. It's really useful. But it, space-wise, can at most bring 4 pallets up at a time. And 4 pallets, when you have 40, would be 10 runs up and down the hill. And up and down the hill with full load takes about an hour. So you're looking at just an insane amount of time on a vehicle that is prone to breaking down. But luckily, this community, this channel, wants to see this hotel succeed just as much as I do. All right, as you can see, the sun has gone behind the mountains and the day began unloading 14 pallets of these cement bags. Each one of them weighs just over 3,000 pounds. And right now, we are down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so we're not done. The 5-ton's actually on its way back down now. That run will be after dark. We can get 4 on that. So that'll be 4 of these gone. I might take a little bit more in my truck. So that means that we will have moved 12 of the pallets at least. We'll see if we can get another truck down here and run the rest of them up, because tomorrow, same thing's happening, more coming. So it's only gonna get worse. So I wanna get as many up there as we can. And just the process of getting them up there is so hard, and we haven't even begun. You know, we haven't even started the mixing, which is just gonna be insane. But that's gonna start on Saturday. It's Thursday, so I need to get these things up there. So for now, I'm gonna do some laundry and get ready to go. Well, as you can tell, it's far after dark, and I hear the 5-ton coming for the next load. We still have to load this in and get back up just to stay on schedule for tomorrow. So it's gonna be a late night. We're hoping to get at least 4 more pallets up tonight, and that'll keep us on schedule to get this thing going the next day. All right, so the other thing is that there is no streetlights anywhere in Keeler, so we are using the headlights to try to load in these 4 more into the 5-ton. It's quite the adventure going on out here. Look how dark it is everywhere. We're gonna get it done one way or the other. You know, it wasn't easy. We were working into the night most of the nights, but after about 2 days of that, we got most of them delivered. As these things happen, the plans weren't perfect. You know, 12 of the pallets didn't get delivered the days we thought they were gonna be delivered. So that means that only 28 of the pallets made their way up here. But that would have to do. You know, we had a plan to start mixing on a Saturday.
Whoa, yeah, drop it, drop it, drop it.
All right, if you look out there, you can see the guys unloading. You see all the bags. You see people inside of the foundation getting the scaffolding ready. And I'm just stoked, you know, it just fills me with a lot of gratitude that so many people care about this project. So many people are willing to help, you know, no matter what, you know, just say the word and they're here. And a project like this just wouldn't happen otherwise. You know, I don't know how you get a project like this done without having just an army, you know. So thank you guys. If you're watching this, you're the reason that this place is coming back to life.
We're gonna throw a pellet up there, and we're gonna take it there. Yeah, we'll just take it.
So, all right, we're up here. Chris Cam is taking over filming. We are in day 2. We have the whole crew back. We have Scotty is back. Trevor. All of this is going into those walls, and it'll be the end of the concrete era of the basement, which I think we're all looking forward to. We got a dozen people here, maybe more. We're figuring everything out on the fly. It's gonna be a good day. We got some usuals up here, as well as some new folks, and I'm very excited about tomorrow. As I see this thing coming together, I just can't help but think of the history of the town, the history of the hotel, and just the dreams and ambitions of everybody that came before me. You know, Cerro Gordo was established in 1865 and grew to be the largest silver mine in California. You know, the original hotel hosted some of the most infamous characters of the American West. You know, I think about how hard those owners must have pushed to have it built. And yet, even with all that, it was mostly forgotten about over the years. My hope, my dream, is to make sure Cerro Gordo is never forgotten about. You know, to set up this hotel so many generations of people can learn from the history here and enjoy the natural beauty. I can't guarantee that that will happen, but I can put everything I can into trying. And that's what I try to do every day.
You got a shit ton of pallets, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we know we can move it with this thing.
Okay.
I think what we're gonna do is, whoever wants to get out of here right now, we can unload them.
Yeah. Now that we know we can move it with this too.
It can't be a full pallet.
Okay.
You know, it's gotta be about a half.
Okay. 10 pounds of chicken breast, 10 pounds of chuck roast steak.
We're gonna do an experiment. The experiment is putting the excavator in the back of a 5-ton. because we can't lift the concrete bucket up high enough with just this, put it in the wall. So cross your fingers.
How do you think it's gonna go?
It's gonna go perfect.
Alright, dinner time?
Yeah.
Woohoo!
And you know, I gotta be honest, after we got all the pallets up here and it was the final day of prep before we started mixing, I was pretty nervous. You know, I didn't know if this thing was gonna go off. You know, one thing goes wrong, it could have been a catastrophe of the whole project. And so it felt like the night before a big game. You know, I remember as we were eating, I wasn't focused on anything but the next day, going through all the possible scenarios of what could go wrong, what could go right, how we could pivot midday. And it was a pretty restless night leading into the first day of pouring. All right, I gotta take a moment and just give a huge shout out to Element. Element has been keeping everybody related to this project hydrated. You know, even though it's colder outside, we're moving so much concrete that we're just sweating through our shirts. And if you're not careful, you get those dehydration headaches. And over the past few years, by far the easiest way I found to stay hydrated is the Element. You know, there's no sugar, there's no nothing like that. It's just sodium, potassium, magnesium. Comes in these easy little packs. All you do is throw one of these in a bottle, drink it, and you're pretty much good for the day. You know, I've seen pretty much everybody in this project using them over the last little bit, and it's been a lifesaver for us. And so if you're out there, if you wanna give it a shot, if you go to Drink Element, so drinklmnt.com/Brent, they're giving everybody an 8 sample pack for free. So buy anything, they're gonna give you all the different flavors to try out. It's a great way to figure out your favorite flavor. Mine's a citrus salt. I drink this pretty much every single day, but just go to drinkelement.com/Brent. You can try out that offer, show them some support. They've been a huge supporter of this town, of this project, and it just means so much to me. And you know, with projects like this, there just has to be that atmosphere that we're gonna figure this out no matter what. You know, there's no manual of how to pour 30 yards of concrete at the top of the mountain in these difficult situations, but you figure it out. You know, you can sit back and hope that things were different and hope that, you know, the concrete trucks would have came up and that the pump guy would have pumped it properly or the contractors in the past would have been on time. But the reality is those things aren't gonna happen yet. And I think this weekend was a time where we were all just pumped and it's infectious. You know, you just feed off of these other people that are so excited about it and you just get the job done. And so with that, began the real work. You know, and the real work was gonna be mixing all this concrete to the correct consistency and getting into the walls. We were using a giant gondola bucket that can hold about a yard of concrete at a time. And so basically the plan was concrete gets cut open, concrete gets put in a mixer, mixer makes the concrete gets poured into this giant bucket gets picked up, hovered over the wall, and then dumped into the wall and then vibrated. It's really important that you vibrate it as much as you can so that the concrete gets everywhere it needs to go.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so we got bucket brigade going on this wall. This wall we use the gondola and the crane. And we're gonna compare, see how it's going. Try to get everybody to keep moving because we kind of got a window to get this stuff in there, so we're trying to get it all in the hole.
back at it. We're moving buckets of pre-mixed concrete with water by hand into the wall, and then we're vibrating it to get it down into the cells. We're placing these anchors as we go, and yeah, we're killing it. We got, I don't know, maybe a third of it done already. This is awesome. It's a great day.
How many buckets do you think you filled today?
I have no idea. That'll be somewhere around 500.
Holy.
Yeah. This is a great day. We're like, I don't know, at least, not quite half, but close. Maybe, okay, maybe not that close, but we're close. Cruising along anyway.
The first 2 days was just back-breaking work, and progress was slow, to say the very least. You know, these are one of those things that, had you had a concrete truck and a pump, could have been undone within an hour, but without it, took 2 full days, and we still weren't quite done.
Got a lot of stuff done yesterday, and I think we'll be able to get a lot done today, and hopefully almost finish this thing today. That'd be pretty cool.
All right, so right now we're filling the water so we can have enough water to mix all the concrete we're gonna need for tomorrow. Tomorrow, instead of doing it any other way, we have a concrete pump coming. So the pump will be able to basically be a fire hose of concrete to get these back walls.
That close to getting sprayed in the face.
All right, so the stage is set for tomorrow. Tomorrow we have to bring out 12 more pallets of concrete. Each pallet has 35 bags of 90 pounds each. In addition to this, all of those bags have to make their way up here. They need to make their way into a mixer over there, then they need to make their way into the wall. And the really exciting part about that is after tomorrow, hopefully we will be done with all of the concrete related to the American Hotel. And it's on a framing. Then the kind of ball is into the court of the framer, and this building should really take shape. And so obviously it's been a really hard road to get here. You know, the concrete is heavy, it's been difficult getting everything to the site, but tomorrow may be the end of it. So tonight we're gonna try to get a good rest and see what happens tomorrow.
Nothing is really going as planned right now. Everything seems to be kind of, we're having to figure out a new way to do things, and I don't know, it's gonna be tough, but I know we're eventually gonna get it done.
You know, at the end of the 2 days, I was looking at the back wall and there's just no way to get the excavator back there. You know, at that point in time, I was gonna have to do something else. And so luckily, the guy who brought up the pump the first time brought up the pump the second time. You know, pumps are huge. Pumps are how concrete get into walls typically. And so with that, we brought about 75 foot of hose that laid its way all the way back to the back wall.
everybody how.
So we almost got this first wall all the way done. We're gonna do the back wall and then finish up this long wall. Hopefully we can get it all done today, but we'll see.
Of course, like everything at Cerro Gordo, that day happened to be the day that the wind was just whipping. You know, it was probably one of the most miserable weather days we had in a long time. It was just up to 70-mile-per-hour gusts, just throwing dust in your face. Concrete's already dusty, so that was getting in your face. And it was hard. You know, to be fully honest with you, it was probably the hardest few days of work that I've had up here at Cerro Gordo. I've had a lot. So we have 12 more pallets that need to make their way up to Cerro Gordo. So we are in a rush because they are pumping up there currently, and we want that pump continually running, especially while we have daylight. To be fully honest, these days were really emotional for me. You know, it's been such an ongoing headache, this concrete, that to see it come together, you know, to finally take control and not be at the mercy of some company that will decide whether your dreams happen or not, felt very empowering. You know, but every bag gave me hope. You know, every bag was one bit closer to the basement being done, and that meant one step closer to the hotel continuing. You know, I don't think that anyone would say that building a hotel in an abandoned mining town with no running water at the top of a mountain is the best financial decision. You know, it's not something that on any spreadsheet makes sense. But sometimes you just feel called to do things because you want to see them exist in the world. And I think that that calling is one that I resonate with a lot. You know, it's one that I think a lot of people resonate with. And so if you're out there and people are telling you whatever doesn't make sense, I hope that you still try to pursue it however you can, you know, even if it's just running a marathon or doing something else. There's a lot of value in it. And I think if everyone was kind of pursuing things that called the most of them, then the world would be a different place. It feels like this cement project has been just consuming my time. You know, it's been why I haven't been taking so many adventures. It's why I've been going in the mines. It's why you haven't been seeing so many videos. And I'm just excited to kind of sit back for a second, let our framer take over, you know, and run the ball for a while with this hotel project and just catch back up on all the adventures and everything else. I can't think of another instance in history where an online community has been so instrumental in physically building something, you know? And I think for me personally, I've never felt such a connection to them or like a love of a building. You know, I didn't even know that it was possible to love a building, but this structure, seeing it go up has just become kind of like the love of my life. And so right now, I think I'm gonna take a much needed shower. If you see, I've been breathing in concrete for the last few days. I feel grateful for every single person that was here this weekend. I feel grateful for everybody that's been following along on this journey over the last 3 years. There's been such twists and turns that, I don't know, it's just amazing. So thank you. So as day 2 of pouring was coming to a close, you know, as we were pumping, we mixed just enough to finish the final wall. And I gotta say, that was a big moment. You know, these walls are so intimidating. I've been staring at them for so many months, just wanting concrete to be in them and wanting them to be done, that I was stoked. You know, I was beyond exhausted, but everybody there just had that shared knowledge that people are gonna be talking about this for a long time. You know, I think when this hotel is done, the process of it being developed will be almost as noteworthy as the hotel itself. I think it'll be one of those situations like some of my favorite movies like Fitzcarraldo or Apocalypse Now, where the making of them is as known as the movie itself, really. It's these things that are just impossible, these things that probably just shouldn't exist, if it wasn't just for an impossibly strong will and a desire to get back up over and over and over again, no matter how many times you get knocked down. For them to pull off something like that inspires many generations. It's a ripple effect. Any reasonable person probably would have packed it in and left. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just really want to see something exist in the world. I know there's going to be more hiccups along the way. No doubt there's going to be huge tasks that we're going to have to overcome. But I get more confident every day in that ability to just figure things out. I think that is what just drives this project forward, and what's going to continue driving it forward for just years to come.
There is nothing more tantalizing to the human species than a good mystery. Thrillers in the forms of novels, movies, and even campfire tales are often consumed by the thousands who love the adrenaline rush of solving a mystery. However, some of the most pervasive mysteries are those that occur in real life, and these are the ones that are often most difficult to solve. So today, here at Unexplained Mysteries, we'll be taking a look at mysterious discoveries. Canadian police investigate after 14th human foot washes up on coastline. If you are familiar with unsolved mysteries and true crime stories, you might just have heard of the strange phenomenon of human feet washing up on coastlines around Canada's British Columbia. To make the story even stranger, these feet were all wearing running shoes, and some of the bodies have never, ever been found. This instance is actually the 14th such occurrence of feet washing ashore. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police made the discovery of the 14th foot, but the pattern first emerged in 2007 and has yet to be solved. This particular foot was discovered on Gabriola Island in the Strait of Georgia. According to the report by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, a man was walking on the island's beach before noticing a strange object. It looked like a foot inside a hiking boot, which had become stuck inside a log jam, which is where a large number of logs blocks a flow of water. Some theorists have suggested that the feet are the result of accidents at sea, such as shipwrecks or plane crashes. Another explanation is natural disasters, such as tsunamis. Another, more sinister theory is that it could be the work of organised crime groups or even the plot of a serial attacker. Some people have attempted to play pranks on law enforcement by adding phony shoes with fake human bones. "We've had people put dog-foot skeletons in runners and leave them on the beach," said Barb McClintock of the province's coroner's office, and somebody even used some old chicken bones. McClintock suggested that the reason why all of the feet are wearing running shoes is because the light, buoyant nature of the shoes allows the feet to float on the water's surface. It also acts as a layer of protection from decomposition. A previous foot was found in a similar fashion on Vancouver Island. In December 2017, a dog walker found a shoe tangled in seaweed after his dog led him to it. That specific foot was identified as belonging to a 79-year-old man from Washington State, United States. That particular man was listed as missing but later found washed up. There is still no explanation for his passing of life. Despite the spooky circumstances, the British Columbia Coroner's Office does not believe the feet are related to anything untoward. A number of the feet have been identified, and the coroner states that the individuals who the feet belong to either passed away accidentally or ended their lives themselves. The feet then separate from the body due to decomposition, but their shoes protect the feet until they eventually wash ashore. Still, the story is yet to be solved, as are the identities of multiple owners of the washed-up remains. 11 boats washed ashore. When the first North Korean boat washed up on the western shore of Japan, their Coast Guard was seriously alarmed. There have been 11 boats found over the years since 2017, and more information comes to light as to what happened to this mysterious fleet. The first few boats that ended up on Japanese coasts had decomposing human remains aboard. The boats have been called ghost ships. Some had markings indicating that it belonged to the North Korean fishing industry and a few to the North Korean army. One boat even had a tattered North Korean flag. Although there have been no reports from the North Korean government of any missing ships. In November 2017, a small boat carrying 8 alive men arrived at Yuri Honjo Marina. According to the passengers, they were North Korean fishermen who had gotten into trouble at sea. It was not long before the Japanese Coast Guard found another boat with 10 alive men who also claimed that they were North Korean fishermen. Both ships didn't have modern navigation instruments and engines. They were simple sea vessels that appeared to be rickety. One question which everyone was thinking when this story broke out was, can we believe what these guys are saying? There are a few theories as to why these boats ended up in Japan. Were these men, which were found alive, telling the truth? That they were indeed humble fishermen that just got lost in the sea? Another theory was that they were defectors or refugees trying to escape North Korea in hopes of having a better life in Japan. And others thought they were spies trying to retrieve information that the North Korean military can use as a tactical advantage against their enemies. Considering the data gathered by the Japanese Coast Guard, the closest explanation to this mystery has something to do with the North Korean economic system of quasi-capitalism. There have been stricter international sanctions following Pyongyang's nuclear and missile tests. This created a bigger demand for agricultural production, putting more pressure on fishermen to hit their target. What made matters worse for them was the North Korean government sold fishing rights to China, scaling down the area in which North Korean fishermen can venture out to. This pushed them to take greater risks by going further out to sea, so far that their small fishing vessels were not able to withstand strong currents, causing them to end up on the shores of its Japanese neighbours. Whether or not this is true, nobody knows, except for the few men that came back alive, all of whom asked to be returned to their country after they've been found by the Japanese Coast Guard. What exactly happened to the rest of the boats that came back with nothing but corpses? Are there going to be more ships washing up in Western Japan? The only certain thing in this story is that North Korea stays enigmatic about the whole issue. 11 boats and at least 20 of their men ended up in Japan, and the world heard nothing but silence from their government. Chicago's flying humanoid. Now, you might be wondering what a humanoid actually is. A humanoid is a science fiction term given to things that appear human-like, such as lifelike robots and some paranormal phenomena. In 2017, in Chicago, Illinois, multiple sightings of these types of beings were reported by members of the public. However, these humanoids were a little different to the robot-like figures people tend to think of humanoids as. These were flying humanoids, and in order to fly, they needed something that would make them fly, and this came in the form of bat wings. Chicago residents reported sightings of huge human bats leaping from buildings and performing dramatic aerial maneuvers, drawing gasps from crowds below. They were initially described by eyewitnesses as tall, feathered, with wings and glowing red eyes. But their appearance wasn't pleasant, and actually quite chilling. Many of the humanoids were spotted around the east side of Chicago, near Lake Michigan, which itself is known for unexplained activity such as UFO sightings. At the time, humanoid researchers believed that it was likely that it was 3 different humanoids that people were seeing. Each of these humanoids was between 6 to 8 feet tall, with a jet black, smooth wingspan of around 12 feet. Some even think that a few of these creatures may have been other paranormal beings, namely lechuzas from Mexico. These are believed to be ancient Mexican witches that transform into owls or eagles, but would still be far too small to resemble the figures seen in Chicago. Humanoids have allegedly been spotted across the world for hundreds of years, but paranormal enthusiasts can't quite agree on what they actually are or do. One theory is that they are a type of time traveler, but this doesn't quite add up for the Chicago files. After all, why would they want to present themselves in such a bizarre figure? Robot-like, human-looking humanoids may fit the time travel theory a little better, but nobody is totally sure what the Chicago appearances could be attributed to. Other theories include the invasion of Earth by extraterrestrial beings, but for some reason this too seems a little far-fetched. Although witnessing humanoids is stigmatized as a bad omen or bad news, most people haven't experienced any adverse effects after seeing these creatures. A few nightmares or sleepless nights have been reported, but nothing particularly fascinating. No one really knows what humanoids are, especially these bat-like humanoids, but in all honesty, they do sound more like something out of a horror film than anything else. Some questions are meant to be left unanswered. Photos reveal giant Easter Island Maui statues are covered in mysterious symbols. One of the most interesting things about Easter Island is the Maui statues. The country is most famous for these unusual statues that were said to be created by the Rapa Nui people. They were made from volcanic rock and resemble human faces. Most also have bodies that were sculpted, but the bodies were underground and therefore not visible until excavated. A recent discovery in 2012 unearthed a mysterious revelation related to the Maui statues. The bodies attached to the large heads of the statues have distinctive symbols and designs which were originally thought to be tattoos. The depictions were only discovered upon withdrawing the statues and discovering them on the back of the statues' bodies. Experts were confused as to why the bodies were decorated when they were kept underground for no one to see. Were they buried underground on purpose, or did they slowly sink over time? This led to other questions regarding the Maui statues and their varying features. Some face the sea, whilst others face inland. Some have heavy red stone hats and others don't. How were they able to move such heavy stones around the island without modern-day machinery? Researchers continue to investigate and seek answers to these questions, but some just don't add up. Looking back to the strange markings on the bodies of the statues, it still remains unclear as to what they mean. Some designs depicted crescent shapes which are believed to represent canoes, but no one can be too sure. Academics have suggested that the figures could represent ancestors of figures that were high up in the tribe. Another theory suggests that the stones were dug up from quarries on the island, decorated at the quarry site, and then walked over to the different spots throughout the island. They are believed to be set up around the island to act as guardians that would protect the inhabitants from any danger. After further investigation and looking at other reasons behind the markings, it could have something to do with past farming methods. People believe that the statues could have been sculpted when digging deep within the quarry in order to find the most fertile soil. The statues themselves may have been kept as a symbol of food production, but there are no definitive answers. Could the writing be linked to this hypothesis? Although we may not ever know what the markings on the statues are, how they got there and why the statues were placed in certain ways, experts are continuously working to uncover an explanation. Do you think we'll ever find out in this lifetime? It's difficult to say, but with the rapid scientific evolution we've seen in recent years, we may not be too far off from finding out. The Devil's Pool Haunted. The Devil's Pool is one of the most haunted places in all of Australia. It's located just outside of Cairns in the state of Queensland and has been a popular tourist destination for some time now. The Devil's Pool can be found amid an untouched rainforest near large boulders in the town of Babinda. To those who are unaware of the Devil's Pool's dark history, they may find the crystal clear water and streams to be a majestic spot to enjoy and take in the natural beauty. Unfortunately, it has been deemed by the Australian Aborigines as a dark and dangerous place where only bad things happen. The Aboriginal legend explains that a beautiful woman that came from the Yidinji tribe was married to a tribal elder. At some point during their marriage, the woman fell in love with a younger man and they began an affair. They ran off into the woods to start a life together in the hopes that no one would find them. However, the tribal elder was in a powerful position in their tribe and he sent search parties to look for them. Eventually caught and surrounded by the Babinda boulders, the woman threw herself into the water below and took her own life. She couldn't bear a life without her true love and saw no other way out. The Aborigines don't believe she ever left those waters and still remains there, looking for young men she can lure down below the water with her. What was first seen as a harmless legend or tale has gained some traction over time, due to the number of young men that have gone missing and mysteriously passed away at the Devil's Pool. All but one of the missing or deceased have been men. It's also believed that the pool is more aggressive towards men that disrespect the area. One young man kicked a sign that was placed to warn tourists, and he slipped, falling into the pool and lost his life. While the number of deaths is still debated, there have been at least 17 young men that have gone mysteriously missing or lost their lives since 1959. But what does that mean? How could they have mysteriously lost their lives? For starters, onlookers have witnessed victims being pulled forcefully and held underwater. There have been other mysterious ways these men have lost their lives. A 24-year-old man named Peter McGann climbed up the boulder and jumped through a small gap into the water below. Police divers were only able to uncover his body after 5 weeks of searching through the murky water of the bottom of the pool. Another young couple was also taken by the Devil's Pool during a flash flood. The woman ended up surviving, but the man was never heard from after that. One of the most recent disappearances was a 37-year-old man, Mr. Hoffman, whose body was found in October 2020, 48 hours after he was last seen. The man was there with another young man who successfully escaped the pool unharmed. A strong current ran through and swept Hoffman away. With so many horrible incidents, the area has been boarded up with railings and large signs have been placed around the Devil's Pool to warn people from swimming or getting too close. So why do people continue to explore the Devil's Pool, despite its large sum of disastrous events? Maybe some find the risk exciting. When the ancient Greek civilization first journeyed to Egypt and laid witness to the ancient culture's methods of construction, megalithic structures, sprawling cities, and seemingly advanced technologies, along with the civilization's incredible strides in mathematics and philosophy, not only were they completely intrigued by this, but they quickly worked to try to classify what they saw and provided it with the names we know today. When the ancient Greeks came across the large stone structure that depicted what they presumed to be a lion with the face of a man, reminding the Greeks of the stories of the Sphinx recorded in the struggle of Oedipus, they quickly named the structure the Sphinx as an ode to their own culture seen in the Egyptian culture. However, outside of this original encounter, nothing else was known surrounding the strange structure. This, in turn, has caused various discoveries to be made about the structure and various theories to be put forward in order to explain the origins of the structure. Is there evidence of water erosion? During the early 1950s, French Egyptologist R.A. Schwaller de Lubitz visited the Great Sphinx enclosure and remarked that there was a substantial amount of water erosion across the structure, believing that perhaps the structure had been submerged at one point in time and had not been significantly weathered by the wind as previous theories had claimed. Shortly after this claim, Schwaller was labelled a mystic and slandered by countless other archaeologists, who believed that Schwaller was making up the claim to appeal to a fringe group of theorists at the time. Despite these personal attacks, alternative Egyptologist and author John Anthony West sought out the opinion of the Associate Professor of Natural Sciences at the College of General Studies at Boston University, a geologist by the name of Robert M. Schoch, back in 1989. Robert M. Schoch then spent a significant amount of time investigating the enclosure's geology and came to the conclusion that the main type of weathering that was evident on the Sphinx's enclosure walls were caused by significant amounts of water damage and not that of natural wind and sand degradation previously theorized. Interestingly, Robert Schoch also found that the weathering was consistent with blocks found at the valley temples, leading Schoch to claim the following statement. Therefore, if the granite facing is covering deeply weathered limestone, the original limestone structures must predate by a considerable degree the granite facing. Obviously, if the limestone cores originating from the Sphinx ditch of the temples predate the granite ashlars, granite facings, and the granite ashlars are attributable to the Khafre of the 4th dynasty, then the Great Sphinx was built prior to the reign of Khafre. Given the fact that the Egyptian government is keen to maintain the history that the ancient Egyptian civilization was responsible for the megalithic structures and not some unknown civilization that predates their culture, it would explain why efforts had been made to cover up the findings over the decades. Today, the water erosion hypothesis is still shunned by the Egyptological community. There's also been a lot of conversation about the secret tunnels under the Great Sphinx. Back in 1987, a Japanese research team from Tokyo's Waseda University began an extensive underground survey of the regions surrounding the Great Sphinx statue, utilizing groundbreaking technology at the time known as the electromagnetic sounding survey radar, in an attempt to better image the sunken regions of the Sphinx statue. Under the direction of lead researcher Sakuji Yoshimura, the team got some of the most accurate 3D rendered images of the statue ever seen, with the strange revelation that no one had seen coming. For some unknown reason, the Japanese survey team discovered an extensive system of cavities and tunnels inside and underneath the Great Sphinx monolith that were believed to have been previously undiscovered. According to the team, South of the Sphinx was a hollow tunnel believed to have been 2.5 meters wide and 3 meters tall, connecting two chambers, a small and large chamber that appears to connect to additional tunnels that stretched north, south, and southeast of the Sphinx's direction. Portions of shafts were found in unconnected areas beneath the Sphinx, with additional cavities found inside the structure of the Sphinx and beside the body of the Sphinx, unconnected to the tunnels beneath the monolith. None of these findings have been pursued after the survey, with many denying the existence of the tunnels and shafts, despite the mountains of clear imaging evidence gathered under the direction of lead researchers. Another question that's been put forward is the Sphinx really a Sphinx? Originally a theory put forward by the groundbreaking author Robert Temple, there appeared to be overwhelming evidence that the Sphinx we know today was actually an attempt made by a pharaoh of the 4th dynasty to do nothing more than to claim the works of those before him. Evidence for this can be found when analysing the head-to-body ratio of the large Sphinx statue. The head on the Sphinx is so small compared to the rest of its body that researchers had often believed, upon first sight, that it could have been grinded down from a much more massive structure. The second piece of evidence provided by the hieroglyphics located at the temple of Temtufa that outline in great detail that the original god of ancient Giza was Anubis, and the accounts and images of Anubis in his jackal form are drawn all throughout the site in the same pose as of the body of the Sphinx, with no mention of a lion of any kind at that ancient city. Interestingly, this exact same pose was discovered in one of the only tombs of an Egyptian pharaoh ever discovered that had been completely undisturbed since his burial, the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. Within King Tut's tomb is a shrine to Anubis that demonstrates an exact scale of the Sphinx statue, but with the head of a jackal to represent Anubis, showing in overwhelming evidence that the original statue of the ancient city of Giza was supposed to be that of a jackal-headed Anubis, and not that of a lion body with a human head. So, where do we get the idea of a human head and a lion body? The truth is, the only reason why the statue is referred to as a sphinx is because of old Greek mythologies, such as those of Oedipus, that talk about a lion with the head of a man called a sphinx, but no such symbol exists in that of ancient Egypt. This means that the hieroglyphic texts that describe the Sphinx with a human head to represent the pharaoh of the 4th dynasty were nothing more than forgeries, and these were by the then pharaoh to take credit for a great statue of which he had not created nor designed. In fact, a pre-dynastic pharaoh gives a great account about providing his royal dog as a grand burial at the site of ancient Giza. In this text, his argument for why he had such a royal burial for what has been speculated to be his guard dog was due to his want and need to have the dog buried before the great god Anubis, not only definitively proving that the Sphinx was originally that of the god Anubis in the jackal form, but also that the structure itself was created during the pre-dynastic times, long before any pharaoh could claim ownership of its creation. So, does the Sphinx predate Egypt? Given the fact that the pharaoh of the 4th dynasty forged the creation of the Sphinx under his name, countless researchers believe that the Sphinx could, in fact, be far older than anyone else has ever realized. In fact, new evidence and research today has found that it could very well be possible that the Sphinx structure itself is far older than supposed Egyptian writings and documents. One of the main reasons for why the Sphinx has been dated its current age of 4,511 years old is not due to carbon dating or other reliable efforts made to accurately measure its date, but rather because of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics and documents that detail that the Sphinx was supposedly created during the reign of Egypt's 4th dynasty. Unfortunately, it was recently discovered that these documents could very well not be legitimate, and that the pharaoh of the 4th dynasty forged them for the sole purpose of taking credit of another past pharaoh's work. A common practice amongst pharaohs to rewrite history and take the honor of a past pharaoh's lifelong efforts. This could very well mean that not only was the creation of the Sphinx older than that of the dynastic reigns of Egypt, but that perhaps the structure is older than the Egyptian civilization themselves. Further evidence of this theory can be found when analysing the recent archaeological finds of strange bones discovered all throughout ancient Egypt. It is well known amongst Egyptologists that the ancient Egyptians treasured animals of all kinds, believing them to be the representation of their gods. It is due to this observation that strange structures and bones from animals all around the world, even from areas previously believed to have not been operating open trade routes, have surfaced all across ancient Egyptian cities. Described as Egyptian zoos, strange hieroglyphics and designs have come forward showing evidence that not only were the early Egyptians capable of owning strange beasts from around the world, but that they possibly possessed an extinct species of woolly mammoth. Dubbed as the world's first zoo, a 6,000-year-old ancient Egyptian cemetery was uncovered filled with the remains of wild animals from all around the world that should have been unable to collect from the reaches of early man for thousands of years to come. Skeletons of ostriches, crocodiles, leopards, and other exotic animals were found alongside pools of water, large fenced-in cages, and a potential animal hospital filled with removed molars, teeth, claws, and evidence of animal surgeries. Though the importance of animals regarding the Egyptian religion was widely known, the evidence of the global reach of the species available to them, including species long believed to be extinct, has been a mystery that even the most elite of archaeologists and Egyptologists have failed to explain. This is odd though, mostly due to the fact that it is widely believed by historians and archaeologists all around the world that the oldest civilization to exist was merely 10,000 years old. However, evidence in the fossil record shows that the modern-day intelligent human has been around for more than 500,000 years. If this is true, why is it then that the oldest cities don't start appearing until past 10,000 years? It might have to do with the evidence of the extinct animals recorded at Egypt. The woolly mammoth was one of many distinct megafauna that went extinct at around the same time in the fossil record, merely 10,000 years ago. These extinct species included the mastodon, short-faced bear, the giant ground sloth, and many others. In fact, when Charles Darwin first visited the areas near the Galapagos Islands, when he originally discovered the ground sloth bones, they were so fresh that he believed them to still be a living species of megafauna, ultimately proving the recency of their extinction. So why was it then that around 10,000 years ago of all these species went extinct? Partly due to three strange reasons: large fires, a massive flood, and a sudden ice age. The evidence for these three events are widely known by archaeologists and research scientists that found in the fossil record evidence that showed that, all around the Earth, there appeared to be massive fires that were followed by a rapid cooling event that only took about 4 decades, as well as certain events being hit by numerous tsunamis and large flooding. Many experts had originally speculated that perhaps a massive meteorite strike could have caused such a phenomenon, but no large craters supporting the theory had yet been discovered at the time of the original publications. However, recently, a massive crater underneath an ice sheet in Greenland shows a tremendous impact point where a meteor could have hit, generating more than 700 megatons of force. So much force, in fact, that it would have caused a full-on nuclear winter. Any human civilization at the time, regardless of how advanced, would have been completely wiped off the face of the Earth in such a massive meteor strike. All of this happening at not only around the same time as a massive extinction event, but also around the same time the oldest civilizations would have been constructed. Could this be evidence then that perhaps the pyramids at Giza and the Sphinx, as well as many other advancements made in megalithic structures and creations, could actually more accurately have come from the efforts of human beings from before this catastrophic event, and the Egyptians were merely one of many surviving people to pick up where humanity left off? Given the incredible advancements we have made in the past 10,000 years, this could very well mean that the humans before the event could have been significantly more advanced than we are today, and the old stories of gods and kings could very well have just been the technological advancements before humanity had to reset due to such a catastrophic tragedy. But what do you all think of these impossible to explain mysteries surrounding the Great Sphinx of Egypt? Scientists had a secretive meeting about creating synthetic human DNA. Scientists are discussing the feasibility of using chemicals to build human DNA. If successful, DNA could be created without the need for biological parents. While still in the project planning process, a discovery like this could allow scientists to create human beings through a process that is similar to cloning. The meeting occurred on May 10th at Harvard Medical School. Attendees gathered as part of a group called the Human Genome Project 2, or HGP2. Behind closed doors, 150 attendees and scientists discussed the feasibility of DNA synthesis or the artificial production of human DNA. Their goal was to determine if the synthesis of a complete human genome could be completed within the next 10 years. Organizers described the meeting as a follow-up to the first Human Genome Project, where scientists worked to build a deeper understanding of human DNA. The difference between the original Human Genome Project and HGB2 is the new project will build the human genome, not just understand it. An event organizer said the project title and intention had been misunderstood, and the meeting title, Human Genome Project 2, was later renamed to HGP Right, testing large synthetic genomes in cells. The topic alone has caused controversy in the scientific community, but the closed-door nature of the meeting has amplified frustrations. Absolutely no media coverage was allowed, and participants could not use social media during the meeting. Drew Endy, a bioengineer at Stanford, and Laurie Zoloth, a bioethicist at Northwestern University, are outspoken in their opposition to the project. They caution, while we strongly agree that sustained improvements in DNA construction tools are essential for advancing basic biological science and improving public health, we are skeptical that synthesizing a human genome is an appropriate demand driver. The creation of new human life is one of the last human-associated processes that has not yet been industrialized or fully commodified. It remains an act of faith, joy, and hope. Event organizers defended the meeting by sharing the vast scientific improvements this research could make. A primary organizer for the event, George Church, a genetic professor at Harvard Medical School, said, "They're painting a picture which I don't think represents the project." Organizers like Church clarified that the meeting was created to determine the deliverables and industry involvement needed to replace the existing genome in a human cell with a synthetic one. It was not organized to discuss the artificial creation of human beings. Church further explained that a private meeting was necessary because a scientific paper related to the discussion was under review for publication. In the scientific community, it is a requirement to keep this research private prior to its publication. It is an interesting and controversial topic for all involved. While this project is said to be still in the planning stages, it's becoming more feasible to expect this technology to exist in the coming future. This new technology could help us cure diseases and advance medical care for millions, but it could also lead to disaster. The reincarnation of Dorothy Eady. Among the most fascinating reincarnation stories is that of Dorothy Eady, a woman who is believed to have been a priestess and a pharaoh's lover in her previous life many thousand years in the past. Dorothy was born into a wealthy family from England back in 1904. She led a normal life until that fateful day when she fell off the stairs, injuring her head drastically. Everyone, including doctors and her parents, thought she had lost her life. However, she later miraculously woke and her life was different. The actions of the 3-year-old were not those of an ordinary child, and her parents had noticed it. On many occasions, Dorothy demanded her parents to take her back home to Egypt. She was certain she recalled her previous life, that she was born across the sea in Pharaohland, Egypt. She also recounted astonishing details from her time as a priestess in Egypt. From the accounts that she gave, she was called Ben-Treshti and served at Pharaoh Seti's court. This child drove her parents crazy, and no one could explain her sudden behavior change. In one instance, when she was taken by her parents to visit the London British Museum, She acted even more strangely when they got in the Egyptian galleries, which were full of mummies and statues of Egyptian gods and goddesses. She ran towards them and started kissing their feet uncontrollably. Immediately after, she started screaming in an ancient, unfamiliar voice which shocked her parents even more. At 15 years old, as she was studying the Egyptian history, the teenager had a lucid dream with Pharaoh Seti's mummy, an encounter that resurfaced many memories of her previous life, which made her start filling out her reincarnation puzzle. All of these unfolding events made Dorothy leave Christianity to embrace the polytheistic religion of ancient Egypt. Her ability to quickly learn the Egyptian symbols and hieroglyphs at the British Museum astounded her teachers, but she explained to them that she was not learning a new language, but rather recalling a language that she had forgotten. Dorothy got married to an Egyptian student she met in England and moved to Egypt where they lived. Upon reaching Egypt, Dorothy kissed the grounds, saying that she was finally home to stay. She had a son whom she named Seti. She tried very hard her whole life to put together pieces of a 1,000-year-old puzzle of her reincarnation. Egyptologists would even later go on to prove the legitimacy of Dorothy's fluency in Egyptian, after they began studying neighbouring native languages that arose and evolved from Egyptian in the area, and found their slang and accents to directly mimic certain sounds, words, and pronunciations by Dorothy. This wasn't the height of her accomplishments, however, as she would later go on to help uncover many locations of ancient Egyptian sites buried beneath sand, discover secret chambers, and assist with the recovery of long-forgotten and hidden ancient Egyptian artifacts. In 1979, the New York Times wrote a piece on Dorothy that regarded her as the Western world's most intriguing and convincing modern case of reincarnation. Three-year-old lost in the woods says a bear watched over him. Casey Hathaway, a 3-year-old lad who had walked away from his grandmother's property and mysteriously disappeared for 2 days, was discovered unharmed in the forests of eastern North Carolina after a bear kept an eye on him. According to authorities, Casey Hathaway weighs approximately 25 pounds and stands 2 foot 4 inches tall. Prior to his disappearance, he was playing with 2 other children in his grandmother's yard in Ernle, North Carolina. Before phoning 911, his family looked for him for 45 minutes. Nothing was known about the young boy's comings and goings, as a minute eventually turned into hours, and hours later turned into days. A desperate search for little Casey was ongoing in Craven County, North Carolina. Through sniffing through all the icy trees and bushes, police dogs were able to assist in the search. Casey's family attempted to contact God and open their minds up to the very worst scenario. Adverse weather conditions well below 0 degrees spurred a search that included helicopters, drones, canine units, divers, and scores of volunteers, as well as fears that Casey was not suited for the cold. The FBI, NCIS, Craven County Emergency Management, and the United States Marine Corps were all involved in the search for the youngster. The wind and rain had become so terrible that law enforcement agencies advised volunteers to please stay away. A few days later, though, Casey was discovered, repeatedly calling for his mother approximately a couple of miles away, 40 to 50 yards deep in the forest. He was already drenched, freezing, and entangled in thorn bushes. How did he get in there, and how did he manage to survive? Nobody knows what Casey was up to throughout his 3-day disappearance, and we may never really find out. Hughes said on Friday that the boy is a survivor, pointing out that searchers had to wade through waist-high water to reach him. Casey survived with only a few scratches and stated that all he needed was just some water and his mother. Casey, however, was taken to a nearby medical facility where he could restore some of his energy and return to his parents. Casey revealed something quite extraordinary to his mother in the medical facility, saying that a bear cared for him when he was stranded in the forest. His aunt said that he hung out with a bear for 2 days. God had sent him a companion to keep him alive, and that God is indeed a good God. Casey's account of the bear has made international news since that day, with several disputing if such a thing actually happened. Some scoffed at the story, claiming it to be a work of fiction. But Chris Norcott, a wildlife photographer who spends more time with black bears in North Carolina than almost anyone else, believes that the tale could be accurate, as he had heard similar stories before. According to the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, The black bear is the only breed of bear present in North Carolina, and there were roughly 17,000 of them in the state in 2012. Berries, nuts, and small animals are among its favorite foods, and they rarely assault humans. Stuart Isaac disappearance. Stuart Isaac disappeared in Yellowstone National Park on September 24, 2010. Stuart Isaac was a 48-year-old family man, native of the Republic of Palau in the Pacific. On September 6, 2010, he set out to enjoy a cross-country trip to Yellowstone National Park. He drove approximately 32 hours from his Burtonsville, Maryland home and began his solo camping trip. The last contact he made with his family was a simple note that he left, informing them of his planned trip. Isaac spent several weeks away from home, and it was not until September 24th that he was determined to be missing. We know that, on September 26th, Isaac's black 2009 Lexus was parked at Craig Pass without a single hiking trail nearby. His car was found by the National Park Service during a routine patrol of the area. The car, which sported a vanity license plate reading WotLK, was unlocked with the keys inside it. Whether Isaac had been the one to park the car here, or if he was even in the vehicle at this time, is entirely unknown. Craig Pass, where the vehicle was located, is a rather odd place for any car to be parked. Standing at an awe-inspiring elevation of 8,262 feet, it serves as a mountain pass on the Continental Divide. Located roughly 8 miles east of the Old Faithful Geyser, it is rather far from any moderately trafficked route on the Yellowstone National Park's Grand Loop Road. This unusual finding is what prompted local authorities to determine that Isaac was indeed missing. Upon finding Isaac's vehicle, a large-scale search ensued immediately. Authorities determined that Isaac could have been lost for a total of 20 days when the car was finally located, considering that no spotting of him had been reported since September 6th. The National Park Service enlisted the surrounding sheriff's departments and the California Air National Guard to assist in the search. Together, along with rescue dogs, volunteers, and helicopters, they combed through the nearby areas to find any evidence of Isaac. Not a sign was found. The last reported contact by Isaac was to a former high school classmate, Matsu Evans. Records show that Evans spoke with Stuart for 2 hours on September 24th, almost immediately before his disappearance. This only added mystery and confusion to the investigation. The call was made at 6:30 p.m., according to her time zone in Guam, but this would have been roughly 3:30 a.m. in Isaac's time zone. Evans remarked that during their phone call, she felt something was off. When being interviewed by investigators, she said of the call, "I was kind of surprised to hear from him because he seldom made calls. We text each other and we email. Now I know that he's missing. Why would he call me 2 days before something happened?" However, during the call, he did not allude to being in any serious distress and simply informed her that he was on his way to Yellowstone for a relaxing cross-country trip. What made the encounter even more curious to Evans was that she never knew Isaac to be an outdoorsman of any sort. He did not seem to be experienced in hiking or even to be an occasional purveyor of nature trails. Due to the unique circumstances of Isaac's disappearance, many have speculated that he had planned to disappear on the trip. The mysterious final phone call to a loved one and a note left for his family aligns with the typical procedures for someone contemplating to end their life. Let's hope he is found one day. The strange case of Keith Parkins. One of the strangest missing 411 cases comes from a report made back in 1952 surrounding the disappearance of a young 2-year-old child named Keith Parkins, of whom was later found more than 12 miles from the original place he had been standing. Details claim that on the 10th of April, back in 1952, the Parkins family had been playing around their barn in Ritter, Oregon, for several hours before being called to come inside due to the winter snow. Once called inside, the parents of the children noticed that their youngest son, Keith Parkins, was not attending and so quickly went looking for him, fearing the worst. After an hour of searching, the family had failed to locate their youngest son, and so contacted neighbouring families, gathering as many volunteers as possible, and began a search party for Keith Parkins in an attempt to find him, with the hopes that he had most likely fallen somewhere around the property. Given the small size and young age of Keith, the pitch-black darkness and the dense snow, the family had believed he could not have travelled more than a few miles at most. A little less than 20 hours since their search began, the family would end up finding Keith Parkins more than 12 miles away from the home, lying face down in the snow with no evidence of tracks or paths as to how he ended up there. Given the strange nature of the case of Keith Parkins, a documentary featuring the missing 411 was made, with footage of survivalist Les Stroud retracing the steps of the young Keith Parkins through the rugged terrain, showing the impossibility for a 2-year-old boy to cross over a mountain pass, travel through thick shrubbery, cross miles of barbed wire, and end up in 20 hours. Unfortunately, given the child's young age, Keith Parkins did not remember any of the details of the event when he was older, with some believing that a far more supernatural or paranormal event had taken place that moved Keith more than 12 miles without his knowledge. The disappearance of Aaron Hedges. Originally from Bozeman, Aaron Hedges was a hunter, and along with his friends Joe Depew and Greg Leitner, they ventured to the Crazy Mountains in Montana in September of 2014. Equipped with 2 horses and a mule, the group of 3's initial plan was to spend a week around the Cottonwood Lake Trail and create a base camp at Campfire Lake. Well prepared, Aaron was armed with a bow and arrows and a handgun. His fellow hunters, Joe Depew and Greg Leitner, carried rifles. On September 3rd, 2014, the hunters set off. Despite being well prepared, the mule that was carrying their supplies was spooked and ended up throwing their supplies off the trail. It's important to note this included Aaron's sleeping bag. It wasn't until the 5th of September that Aaron decided he should try and replace his lost sleeping bag and set off with a plan to shelter within the group's hunting camp from their trip the year before and recover a cache containing a sleeping bag. However, Depew and Leitner insisted he return to camp before nightfall, as at night that area can become dangerous, and Aaron agreed to return to camp that night. Aaron would not return that evening. At around 4 p.m. that day, Joe and Greg tried contacting Aaron via their walkie-talkies. These were Garmin walkie-talkies, and it actually displayed each of their GPS positions. To the rest of the group's surprise, Aaron's GPS position showed that he was going the complete wrong direction and he was heading northeast. Unfortunately, this would be the last time they saw Aaron's GPS position. After Aaron had still not returned on the 6th of September, Joe and Greg had come to the assumption Aaron was indeed missing. This was further unsettling when on the 7th of September, a snowstorm swept through the area, plummeting temperatures and unleashing at least 18 inches of snow across the area. Despite this realization, it wasn't until the 8th of September that Aaron was reported missing by his wife. Aaron's friends insisted they didn't report him missing because he was experienced in the area and also armed. The Park County Search and Rescue was tasked with finding Aaron, and Corporal Greg Todd, who was in charge, spoke of how this lack of urgency was strange and that he wouldn't have waited as long as Joe and Greg did to report Aaron missing. The official search for Aaron was drastically hindered due to the aforementioned snowstorm, making it practically impossible to search on foot. What's truly bizarre is search and rescue had swept the same spot the day before and had found nothing. Furthermore, given the severe cold weather, it seems very strange that Aaron would take his boots off and leave them. He wouldn't have made it very far without them either. This was the only hard evidence until the 22nd of September, when officials involved decided that the search and rescue presence be reduced, awaiting additional information. There was no breakthrough in this case until, in 2015, Roger Beslanovich stumbled across Aaron Hedges' backpack and clothing whilst visiting family. The bag contained Aaron's gun and driving license, along with his bow and clothing. It appeared that smaller animals had been trying to get into the bag, as small holes were present all over it. It was then, on August 8, 2016, that at a nearby ranch, trailgoers found a human skull. With this new information, law enforcement in the area began a full-scale search on the area the skull was found and managed to find most of Aaron's skeleton within just a 70-yard area. Aaron's cell phone was found on his body, but despite best efforts, it was too corroded after spending 2 years outside on the trail. This case is mysterious for many reasons. Given the route it's believed he took, it's not understood why he went this way. After all, Aaron was an experienced outdoorsman, and this was a route he should have avoided. Him leaving his boots despite being in heavy snow, or the fact that where Aaron was found was within view of nearby buildings and not too far from a road, why didn't he seek help? Though it's believed Aaron didn't go for shelter due to not wanting to get caught for trespassing. Sandra Johnson Hughes' disappearance. Sandra Johnson Hughes disappeared into the Sierra National Forest, located on the western slope of central Sierra Nevada in central California. She was last seen entering the Johnson Meadows on July 4th, 2020. An extensive search ensued following her disappearance, but only more mystery was uncovered. Hughes was 54 years old when she moved from Hawaii to California a month before her disappearance. She began planning her camping trip as a way to enjoy nature and escape the confines of her home during everything that's currently happening. Before her trip, she was extensively trained in managing the wilderness as she trained to be a park ranger in college, making her disappearance all the more curious. Her family reported that they had last heard from her on June 26th. The search began on July 5th after Hughes's belongings were found in peculiar disarray. Her niece posted a call for help on Facebook encouraging others to help search for her aunt, stating that her campsite was found with her belongings and was quite disheveled. Things were thrown about all over, almost as if her car and belongings had been emptied out carelessly. Furthermore, her niece claimed that she would never leave her campsite a mess. Even a piece of litter on the ground would bother her. The Madera County Sheriff's Office then followed suit and openly asked the public to aid in the search for Sandra Hughes. Hughes was described as someone who liked to move around a lot. She had no children and was twice divorced, giving her the ability to uproot at a whim and live largely without restraint. There was a peculiar encounter on July 4th. It was reported that a group of hikers came in contact with Hughes. They claimed that she was walking barefoot, with a sizable bruise on her face. The hikers were rightfully concerned and offered her help, to which she declined. They insisted on providing some kind of medical assistance, but she again rejected their offer and continued on her path. Her family described her as someone who was very organized, making this behavior highly unusual and disturbing. On the 5th of July, there were more mysterious circumstances. Hughes's car was found lying in a creek that leads into Chiquito Lake. Authorities on the scene theorized that the vehicle was traveling at less than 20 miles per hour when it crashed into a tree and rolled into the ravine. This is extremely unusual for a crash. At such a low speed, it is hard to imagine why Hughes would have crashed headfirst into a tree. Typically, at this speed, the driver has great control over the vehicle. This finding led the search to intensify its efforts. Nearly a dozen separate sheriff's departments joined the effort, assisted by rescue dogs, volunteers, and helicopters from the California Air National Guard to locate Hughes. Together, they combed the forest, working day and night to find any sign of Sandra Hughes. None was found. The last sighting to reportedly see Sandra were two hunters passing through the woods near the Portuguese Overlook. The men claimed they saw her leaning against a tree along Road 5S01 near Besaw Road. At the time, they did not recognize her, and it was only upon returning from their trip that they recognized her from a missing person flyer. The hunters remarked that she did not appear distressed or in need of assistance. However, upon seeing her picture from the missing persons flyer, they said that she was visibly thinner. We can only hope she returns home safely. Patricia Meehan. On the morning of April 20th, 1989, 37-year-old Patricia Meehan left her home in Bozeman, Montana. The last to see her there was her landlord, who noted strange behavior, stating that she seemed hyper. 300 miles away on Highway 200 near Circle, Montana, Patricia's car was spotted driving the wrong way by Peggy Bueller and her father. Bueller swerved to avoid the collision, but the car hit the vehicle behind them. Inside that car was off-duty police dispatcher Carol Heights. After exiting her vehicle unharmed, Heights witnessed Patricia leave her car. Patricia walked up to Heights and, as she described it, appeared to look right through her. Bueller, who remained at the scene, described seeing Patricia standing off to the side, observing the scene like a spectator, not like it had happened to her. Bueller then watched as Patricia walked into an empty field and vanished. When the police arrived, they followed a trail of tennis shoe tracks, matching Patricia's. These tracks were found in an empty field nearly 3/4 of a mile from the accident. They followed the trail until 3 a.m., but the trail eventually went cold, the tracks fading into the terrain. After 2,000 missing person flyers, countless searches and abandoned coal mines checked, there was no sign of Patricia. Her family could not explain the reasoning of why she was so far from home that very night. Even more peculiar, there have been over 5,000 reported sightings of Patricia. By June of 1989, 25 sightings had already been reported, including 3 from police officers. On May 4th, she was spotted at a Hardee's restaurant in Minnesota, reportedly drinking water alone for over 5 hours. On May 5th, she was seen twice, once inside a truck stop at Sioux Falls, South Dakota, drinking coffee through the night. Later that morning, she was seen with a man who appeared to be in his 30s. On May 19th, a sighting occurred near Patricia's home in Bozeman. Waitresses at a local restaurant noted she ate her breakfast hurriedly and appeared to be talking to herself. Later that week, she was reportedly seen at a horse auction in Billings, Montana. On May 30th, a trucker reported offering a female resembling Patricia a ride on a highway in rural Washington. She was also reported being seen at a truck stop near Tacoma. Sightings continued at truck stops all over the Pacific Northwest area. The last notable sighting was on August 30th, 1990. A woman with a strong resemblance to Patricia was arrested for littering in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The sighting made the newspaper, but fingerprints later proved the woman was not Patricia. Despite all of these sightings and an exhaustive search of the Northwest by her family, a solid trail was never found. As of 2019, Patricia's disappearance remains unsolved. The disappearance of Maurice Gordon Doc Dametz. Maurice Gordon Doc Dametz was an 84-year-old Christian. Maurice Gordon Doc Dametz was an 84-year-old Christian reverend of whom had a relatively successful writing career during his time working as a Christian leader of his small community, with a number of successful publications under his belt, such as his works titled Focal Points of Christian History, Trouble Transformed, Burden Bearing, Mystery of Godliness, and Dead at the Top. Unfortunately, Doc Dametz was suffering from a severe blood disorder that made it difficult for him to be alone and had severe arthritis complications that prevented him from being able to move without assistance. Despite these physical limitations, Doc Dametz enjoyed spending his free time venturing out into the wilderness to locate ideal locations for mining precious gems and minerals. Dametz had been a fan of leading his own private expeditions in the field of geology and would often invite a close friend of his to accompany him when making trips out into the national parks or empty stretches of wilderness to assist him during the trip and help him move throughout different pieces of rugged terrain. Doc's fascination for the field of geology would eventually lead him to joining the American Federation of Mineral Societies and Flatiron Gem and Mineral Club, becoming an experienced veteran of private expeditions and mining efforts. It is for all these reasons that it came as a shock to the wife of Doc Dametz when Doc disappeared suddenly and unexpectedly when venturing out into the Pike National Forest located in the Front Range of Colorado, when taking a trip with his close friend McSherry to find a digging spot for minerals. According to McSherry, the two had found a small sandy pit close to the Rampart Range Road, where McSherry said he had left Dametz to venture out an extra 50 yards to find his own sandy pit to dig from. After about 2 hours of mining, McSherry returned to Doc Dametz and told him they would be driving home soon because it would be getting dark. Doc had said that he would be gathering his tools while McSherry returned to his pit to pack up his things. After McSherry finished packing his things, he returned to Doc Dametz's pit only to find that he had completely disappeared without a trace. When investigations were made, detectives remarked that the disappearance of Dr. Metz seemed perplexing, as there was no evidence of a struggle or any footsteps, markings or tracks left behind in any direction. Additionally, all of Dr. Metz's tools went missing with him, with nothing left in the pit to be used as evidence. On the 18th of July 1981, the wife of Maurice Gordon Dr. Metz wrote a letter to her governor, Governor Richard Lamb, asking for any assistance in helping her find her husband. The letter detailed that she believed some form of conspiracy had been committed against her husband, with thoughts that he had met some form of foul play or had been carried away, but that all efforts for an investigation were being impeded by unseen forces. Despite this letter, no further action was taken, with Dr. Metz declared dead in 1990. But what do you make of these mysteries and disappearances? Be sure to let us know your thoughts in the comment section below and help us by growing this community while working to solve these unexplained mysteries. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos. There is nothing more tantalizing to the human species than a good mystery. Thrillers in the forms of novels, movies, and even campfire tales are often consumed by the thousands who love the adrenaline rush of solving a mystery. However, some of the most pervasive mysteries are those that occur in real life, and these are the ones that are often most difficult to solve. So today, here at Unexplained Mysteries, we'll be taking a look at mysterious discoveries. Secret city has been found hiding below the Amazon jungle. The Inca society has left its mark on the pages of history, known as a distinctive group breaking expectations of old-world civilizations. While many of us have heard of the Inca Empire, for those of us who are not quite history buffs, we will give you a reminder. The Incan people lived throughout the west of South America and made up the largest empire in pre-Columbian America. It was in the early 13th century that the Inca civilization grew from the Peruvian highlands. The empire flourished, making notable strides in architecture and religion, building roads, mapping the way from Colombia to Argentina. That was the case until 1532, when the Spanish conquest began, with the final stronghold finally being conquered in 1572. Just because the Incas' timeline cuts off here does not mean this is when their historical significance also fell off. We are still finding incredible, important details and discoveries about the Incas 8 centuries later. Today, the study of the Incas and their importance to the wider public is reduced to the tourist hotspots, most famously Machu Picchu, a 15th century Inca citadel found in Peru, though this is not the only Incan site of great importance. Archaeologists uncovered what has been dubbed a secret city, hiding within the Amazon jungle. This hidden masterpiece is the relatively unheard-of settlement of Chacaquirao. The 2009 documentary Mysterious World of the Inca dives into the importance of Chacaquirao, which can only be reached by a 2-day hike from Cusco. This settlement was one of the last points of defense, protecting the Amazon from further than 18,000 square meters in. So far, an underwhelming 30% has been excavated, according to the previously mentioned documentary. All across the areas of land that were once part of the Incan Empire, there are unusual places described by the documentary narrator as strange and mysterious. These sites are called huaca. They acted as idols, and some cultures of the period believed these areas had supernatural powers. Huaca were one part of the Inca religious concept. While huaca can refer to any sacred object, it was most often used to talk about the concepts of what would happen after the passing of life and to take part in sacred rituals. Huaca can also refer to the spirits that are within or are themselves physical features, including waterfalls, lakes, distinctive stones, or even man-made shrines. Of course, it is not an accident that several Inca settlements and Huaca are hard to track down. The difficulty to access these sites and their disguised nature were intentional. As the Spanish aimed to conquer many areas like Choqquequirau, it made sense the architecture of these tucked-away groups made this tricky to do. Many have said the hidden design of the Inca settlements is what let so many settlements avoid being conquered for so long. The 2009 documentary even suggested that in the instance of Choqquequirau, the location might have served more of a practical value, being secluded, than a spiritual one of being a Huaca. A lot of the unique history of the Inca has been written over and tampered by that of the conquests. It can often be difficult to find the line between the culture and achievements of the Inca and where the European invaders took over. In the case of the tucked-away, so-called lost settlements, the new groups arriving did not happen until much later. It was not until the mid-19th century that Choqquequirau saw Europeans. This means we can clearly see the design features that were typical to the Inca, including the trapezoidal windows, the systems of canals, and the location and orientation of buildings. These small things all add up to create a more accurate picture of this advanced society, from the vegetation kept close to the home to the defense measures to hide from conquerors. Thousands of massive holes have been found on the ocean floor off the Californian coast. California is a thrilling place. From LA to the beach, there is plenty going on, to say the least. The abundance of things to do does not end at the coastline, however, as there is something worth checking out in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Big Sur. While some investigation is needed, it is certainly nothing like the high street shopping or beachside fun. Scientists have uncovered a mystery, a puzzling series of holes in the ocean floor, and we are not sure how they got there. We might not have answers as to how these holes got into the ocean floor. It is clear that these newly formed spaces are popular hideouts for a number of marine life species. Plenty of small seafloor animals have made themselves at home in these dark spaces, turning the mystery holes into shelters. Researchers that are checking out these strange holes are from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, and they uncovered a staggering 15,000 unexplained holes in the sea floor. These are not small circles on the floor. These are large, noticeable holes. The average gap spanned 11 meters in diameter and 1 meter in depth. 30% of the pits had human rubbish within them. Not only were the fish living in the holes, but also living within and alongside the rubbish carelessly tossed by neglectful humans. A further 20% found items like stones, kelp holdfast, and one even had a whale skull within it, though sediment that was found surrounding the holes remains empty. The research team was able to discover that these holes exist at all only due to another survey being conducted. The initial survey aimed to study underwater features known as pockmarks. These are bigger dents in the ocean floor, though they are significantly bigger than these holes, clocking in at an average 175 meters wide and 5 meters deep. Pockmarks are significantly easier to research, as they can be seen, detected, and identified on ship-mounted sonar. This makes observations and data much simpler to obtain, and so we have known pockmarks line the ocean floor since a 1999 survey. The pockmarks we know of cover 1,300 square kilometers of the sea floor in the coast of Big Sur, with about 5,200 pockmarks accounting for this space. Despite knowing about pockmarks for much longer than these newly found holes, we still do not have any inkling as to what causes either to occur. The Big Sur coast has been considered for an offshore wind farm, and so before any further discussions could go ahead regarding that, more investigation into the odd holes was necessary. One theory suggests that the holes are the result of gases, like methane, bubbling out from underneath the sea floor. If this were true, this would be vital information when it came to the placement of the wind turbines. The Mbari team deployed underwater vehicles to see what more could be found. These robots were automated and fully decked out with sonar devices. The team did not find any evidence of methane, as had been predicted, and even more unexpectedly, there was no evidence of the pockmarks having been active at all over the last 50,000 years. Still, the mission was useful, as this was how the team found the other holes, smaller than the pockmarks. The sonar from the ship had not allowed these to be seen. They had become clearly visible in this new data collection. The next step was to deploy remotely operated vehicles fitted with cameras to take another look. To help differentiate these holes from the much larger pockmarks, the team has begun to refer to them as micro-depressions. The initial observations here seem to suggest that the micro-depressions have been formed much more recently than the pockmarks, have steeper sides, and they have trails of sediment. The team has speculated that the animals living in the rubbish and other items within the depressions could be carving into the holes, making them larger over time. The researchers wrote in their paper, these observations imply that marine trash is at least partly responsible for approximately 4,500 of the 15,000 microdepressions and provide some clues as to how these microdepressions are created. The current hypothesis is that an item, whether that is a whale skull or a few items of rubbish, fall and settle on the sea floor. Marine life then decides it seems like a comfy place to set up, moves in and begins to live in and around said item. Their movement disturbs the sediment, meaning a small divot is made in the sea floor, from which the microdepressions are eventually formed. This is just a hypothesis and one example that would fit under this explanation. One flaw here, however, is that some of the microdepressions do not seem to have any items, be that rubbish, skulls, or anything similar within them, and this theory does not account for those items. For now, however, we have confirmed that the microdepressions and the pockmarks are different things, not just different sizes of the same phenomenon. This is due to a lack of subsea floor gas activity and the two having morphological differences. Mysterious lost city discovered in the Cambodian jungle. The Cambodian jungle is a place of much intrigue, but the greatest discovery by far was that of the lost city of Mahendra Parvata. Archaeologists utilized laser technology combined with ground surveys to find the lost city placed within the Phnom Kulen Mountains. The researchers involved stated, despite knowing that the Phnom Kulen Mountains likely hid traces of a Khmer capital city, archaeologists have had difficulty accessing the region. The mountains are covered in dense vegetation, and they were one of the last strongholds of Khmer Rouge guerrillas until the 1990s. Landmines and unexploded ordnance continue to pose a threat to communities living and working in the mountains and complicate archaeological research. The LiDAR laser was used for this expedition, which provides researchers with information detailing the distance to the Earth's surface and reveals areas overgrown by nature. LiDAR is an incredibly useful tool, also used for a myriad of other applications, including in vehicles, as it is what allows modern cars to have 360-degree cameras. The lost city of Mahendra Parvata itself was established somewhere between the 8th and 9th century AD, and was a part of the long-since-gone Khmer Empire. However, most archaeologists fervently believe that the city of Mahendra Parvata is older than the megacity Angkor, also of the Khmer Empire. LiDAR has shown that there is a hydraulic architectural design in Mahendra Parvata, although it was never completed. Researchers claimed this meant that the water management system was not sufficient to support irrigated rice agriculture, which may suggest the city did not last long as a Khmer power centre, even though the reservoir at Mahendra Parvata was not functional and may have inspired the vast artificial lakes that would become a defining feature of Angkor. Aside from the lost city itself, researchers went to check out the mound fields surrounding the site. It is an area composed of 366 mounds, all in strange geometric patterns of 15 groups. At the site, archaeologists discovered ceramics and building remnants from the 10th century AD. Although the purpose of the mounds remains unknown, it is likely that, whatever they were, the mounds were built later than the majority of Mahendra Parvata. In a different yet related project to the finding of Mahendraparvata, scientists found more information that explains why the city of Angkor fell. The study argued that instead of a catastrophic event, as many people tend to assume, the city fell gradually through the course of a certain period of time. The city of Angkor was once the powerhouse of the jungle Khmer Empire, which at one point was believed to house 1 million people. The fall of Angkor could be related to the fall of Mahendraparvata and all neighbouring cities of the empire. Some researchers believe that Angkor fell due to surrounding states invading or attacking the empire's assets around 1431, and this is currently the leading theory. 2,000-year-old monolith reveals hidden symbols in the Amazon. Some of the most fascinating evidence of the ancient history of the Amazon lies hidden deep within the dense jungle, requiring historians interested in studying and recording the lives of the long-gone original residents of the area to hike and climb perilous distances through the sprawling trees and choking vines. However, it is all worth it when they make an important discovery that helps to preserve the history of the ancient people. Recently, a team working in northern Peru was able to make one of these fascinating discoveries when they 3D scanned the eroded remnants of a massive monolith that dated back an astonishing 2,000 years. The monolith itself was not hidden. In fact, it was in plain sight and was known about by the locals in the area. However, the village that surrounded the stone was incredibly remote and rarely visited. So it was not until a team of researchers set out to hike the thousands of meters to reach the stone that the markings were able to be studied more extensively, and what they found was truly astonishing. Although there was some visible evidence of carvings on the stone, they were severely eroded and in danger of being lost entirely if the erosion continued. In order to digitally preserve and more closely study the designs, the team hauled a 3D scanner up to the village and created scans of the illegible carvings. The scanner was able to better capture the carvings that were no longer visible to the naked eye and paint a picture of what the monolith may have looked like thousands of years ago when it was originally created. And when the designs were viewed through the digital contrast instead of the hard-to-decipher natural stone, the result was an incredibly beautiful abstract design that took the breath of the researchers away. Although the carvings were arranged in a largely abstract design, they seemed to portray a powerful feline feathered figure at the center, which was a popular design in the region at the time, helping to date the stone to somewhere between 200 BC and AD 200. David Fernandez de Villa, who was an archaeologist who had worked with the locals in the region for over 2 decades before joining the expedition to study the stone, said that the discovery of the feline figure carved into the monolith was iconic. Only people of that period can carve it the way that it is. Because of these carvings, researchers were able to determine that the region where the monolith was placed was likely a very sacred location to the inhabitants at the time. Contributing to this conclusion is the fact that the monolith is not composed of a local stone, and weighing around a ton and measuring a whopping 8 meters by 3 meters by 1.5 meters, would have constituted a tremendous community effort in order to haul the massive stone undamaged through the dense mountainous jungle surrounding the region. Now that researchers know that the region was likely a sacred place to the ancient people of Peru, they hope to be able to work with the present-day local inhabitants in order to further study the area in hopes of learning even more about how the people who made the area their home over 2,000 years ago lived and worked. Moon landing tapes got erased. In 1969, one of the most significant scientific advancements of modern history was made, as man first stepped foot on the moon. Despite the clear importance of such a momentous occasion, the original footage could not be tracked down and was admittedly lost by NASA themselves. In 2005, NASA began to search for the 14-track data tapes that contained and recorded data that was transmitted directly from the moon. When these tapes could not be found, the assumption was that this data had been deleted and the tapes reused after transferring the data elsewhere. This was standard procedure and accepted practice at the time. These tapes included video footage alongside other data collected. On the NASA webpage, theories, criticism, and mania surrounding the sensationalist headlines are addressed, as it is made abundantly clear that this data and information is available and accessible elsewhere. It is only the originals that were not found. The data was related to what was the Manned Spacecraft Center, though is now known as the Johnson Space Center during the mission itself. This, among other locations, recorded the data. There is no missing video footage or other information missing from the Apollo 11 moon landing. However, this questionable cloud has a silver lining, as NASA appeared to be engaged in a battle between the inaccurate headlines of the media. The hunt for the originals overturned higher quality broadcasting containing the video footage. NASA engineer Dick Navska and his team stumbled across this find. He said he and his team was desperate to do something for history, if we could. Kinescopes were found to have been recorded at the National Archives, and tapes were uncovered that were sent directly from Houston to CBS. Perhaps not in the original form, but the raw data was archived successfully. Following this successful and relieving discovery, NASA began work with a California company to restore and enhance the original footage, improving the definition and image quality, though this also proved to be a problematic move. With a Hollywood company on board, the rumors that the moon landing was faked, staged, or recorded on a military base grew rampant once again. Navska commented, "This company is restoring historic video. It did not tell me where the company was from." Despite the rich rumors and strange headlines, there does not appear to be missing footage of Apollo 11, simply reformatted and discarded originals. All the information is there. 1 million missing penguins. Imagine you take a trip out to Antarctica for the first time. Apart from the cold that you are anticipating, you also cannot wait to see all the animals in their natural habitat: polar bears, seals, and especially penguins. These waddling, aquatic, flightless birds have always existed in the southern hemisphere in large groups. Upon landing, you finally see the thousands of penguins huddled together. However, you also noticed something concerning. Hundreds of thousands of penguins appear to be missing. What exactly happened to the penguin population? That was the same question that researcher Henri Vimerskirch stumbled upon when he was sent on an expedition to take photos of a very penguin-inhabited island called Isla de los Cerdos. Where the land used to be covered in penguins, he eventually discovered that 500,000 pairs of king penguins and their baby chicks had disappeared. That accounted for almost 90% of the entire colony's population. This was not any small deal either, as king penguins were the second largest species of penguin. To answer this burning question, Henri and his team decided to set upon an expedition to collect samples in the area. When arriving in the middle of the king penguin nesting season, they came across thousands of newborn chicks, but also large areas of empty rock at the same time. After calculating the numbers, almost 67 square kilometers of land that king penguins once inhabited were empty. This quickly became concerning because king penguins were not known to be a threatened species. Scientists scrambled to find answers to predict what would happen next. They decided to carry out an experiment which involved placing trackers on 10 penguins to see if their diet had changed, with the researchers theorizing that the penguins may have been traveling to places outside of the island. They also installed night vision cameras to see if any penguin chick predators were nearby. Finally, the researchers also collected features and bones to analyze for possible causes such as disease. After coming up with a bunch of possible explanations and using their evidence to rule out certain possibilities, they finally came up with a conclusion. The root cause of the penguins' disappearance was likely the increased ocean temperature. Because the temperature affected their food supply, they likely had to travel further out to look for food. Not only were the penguins putting themselves at risk, but they also had to leave their chicks behind, exposing them to more predators. Due to climate change, the rising ocean temperature is likely to increase. This is, however, just a theory, and
I don't wanna be more empty. I just wanna know your feelings. I will try to solve your weakness, 'cause I know you are my destiny. Even you're down or high, I'll be with you, only with you. And there is no trouble that we can resolve together, resolve together. I just wanna know your feelings. I will try to solve your weakness, 'cause I know you are my destiny. Even you're down or high, I'll be with you, only with you. If there is no trouble that we can resolve together, resolve together.
Can't stand Phil. I'm gonna be honest. I've actually grown to like Dr. Phil. I have. I've grown to like Dr. Phil. And I started liking him whenever I realized that it was a show. This is a show. It's not for people to learn. It's not for people to better their lives. This is a show, and that's it. Here we go.
A son's video game addiction.
Leave me alone!
A son's video game addiction
Leave me alone!
crosses the line.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Video games. We all love them. Bro, I did worse than that. Like, I already did worse than that. That wasn't even bad at all.
Some love them too much. You don't love them too much, do you? Today in Dr. Phil versus Gamer Boy. Don't pretend you're better than this kid. I know you won't.
No, I'm worse.
Been there. Alright, well, let's check it out.
He gets what he wants by bullying us and terrorizing this house.
Nico has threatened to kill us. Taking back control.
I feel like that's the real problem, not the video games. Like, the fact that your kid threatens to stab you with a knife, that's really the issue. The video games, this is like kind of a fucking, this is a red herring here.
Christ. If that's not gamer rage, I don't know what is.
You're not going to school, so you're basically just sleeping.
Wait, they actually got him into the studio? That's impressive.
It is impressive. Yeah, I think so. Like, how do you get the... Like, I would never have agreed to this. So he doesn't go to school. He just plays video games all day. And if his parents try to stop them, he'll stab them. Okay, yeah, this sounds about right. Okay.
All right.
There he is.
Jesus Christ.
There's Dr. Phil.
I've been doing YouTube wrong.
He's here to solve everybody's
people
problems.
hyping me up when I do a video? Yeah.
Let me give you a thumbs up.
I just get a bunch of comments saying first. This sucks.
Really? I get a bunch of comments saying, hey, did you try this new method? You can make $200 in one day. Click this link and you also get Bitcoin at the same time.
I want this.
Basically, drop out of school so he has time to play video games 17 hours a day.
I did that.
17? Bro, I get tired after like an hour. What the?
I bet it's probably not 17 hours a day. It's probably only like 13 or 12, guys. Let's be honest.
His mom even has to negotiate with him to take a shower.
That's normal for gamers. It's tough out there. It's really...
Look, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Like, what? I bet this kid probably watches my stream. This is nuts. Like, this is, bro. I could have been, guys. I could have been on Dr. Phil.
Playing into all the stereotypes here. Doesn't want to shower.
Yeah.
All right, he can't.
Which is precisely why the studio picked him to come on, because he's going to fucking solidify every suburban mom who has a kid who watches Dr. Phil at 2 p.m. on Tuesday afternoon. Every single one's like, that's right, that's just like Jimmy.
Be that bad. All right, let's check out this kid.
I asked you hours ago to clean up that mess. What's going on?
Seems like a nice, well-developed child.
Well, get away from the TV. You're standing in front of the TV. Like, I don't know. It's like, why are you standing in front of it? He's trying to play video games. You're standing in front of the TV. Of course he's getting upset.
Nico can get so angry, he will destroy everything in the house,
Yeah.
anything in his path, anything
Was that his
Nico
crib?
can get his hands on,
Jesus Christ.
will get destroyed.
Yep.
But he's not destroying the PlayStation.
No,
I
he's not.
guarantee.
He didn't break that fucking controller. I bet he probably did break a couple of them.
You that. Before we continue, quick word from sponsor. NordVPN, greatest VPN.
Wow.
Greatest VPN!
Is it really?
That's how passionate I am about NordVPN. Y'all know what a VPN is. Y'all know why you should use it.
For
But let me
porn.
tell you what NordVPN is better than all the other ones.
For porn.
They truly care about your security with amazing features like threat protection, always protecting you no matter what. Bing, bang, boom. They're constantly working on new features to keeping you safe. Now introducing Dark Web Monitor. Dark Web, that's a scary place. With one click, you're protected from dark web. Previously, if you sign up to
That
a
was
website
easy.
and that website
Well,
gets
shit.
compromised, all your information is
Done.
leaked. And you're likely to not even know about it.
There we
But
go.
with the Dark Web Monitor, what it does is that NordVPN is constantly checking this for you. Now all you have to do is click Dark Web Monitor on, and boom, NordVPN is constantly scanning for new compromised
smart.
leaks to see if you are in epic danger. Just click it on and you don't even have to worry about it.
Wow.
One of many amazing features with NordVPN, you really should be...
Bro, like his hat is fucked up. Look at that hat. I bet it doesn't even have the sticker on it anymore. Like, that's a... Bro, like, that hat, like, look at that hat. There's no sticker on the hat. It's not fresh anymore.
You should VPN, NordVPN. NordVPN truly cares about you, more than your dad does. Oh, well anyway. And right now, if you sign up with the link in the description, nordvpn.com/pewdiepie, for a 2-year deal, you get additional 4 months for free. It's risk-free with NordVPN's 30-day money-back guarantee. You're welcome. All you have to do is check out the link in the description when you sign up to get this offer. Don't just go to nordvpn.com.
We've come full circle. I remember seeing these exact pictures here and pop-ups for buying ShamWow and for buying shake weights. We're here now. We have finally arrived after all these years. Billy Mays here. Yep, here to show you. Be saying wow every time. Oh my god, this is great.
And sign up, and then I could have used PewDiePie's link. He would have gotten me the extra special deal and 4 months for free.
Wow.
Use the link, you dummy! Thank you, NordVPN, for sponsoring this video, and let's get on with it.
Let's see it.
Take him off the internet, and he immediately starts throwing things and breaking things. And
Well, I get that. I mean, like, that's the internet. That's not just video games. I mean, like, that's the... What is he gonna do if he's not on the internet? What's he gonna do? Like, I mean, of course he's gonna get upset. That's the fucking internet. Like, it's awful.
and it's cost us thousands of dollars replacing everything that he's broken.
Why replace it? It's fine. Just put it back in there, glue it back on.
Oh, he did break the controller.
Bang his controller. If I don't give him what he wants, I'm gonna...
If child has gaming problem and breaks his controller, just don't get another controller.
Yeah, I feel like, again, like, this is exactly, like, this is problem solved. Just, oh, you broke your controller. I guess you can't play video games anymore. Oh, well, too bad. Yeah.
This feels like a very solvable problem.
Well, it's not solvable. It solved itself.
You're enabling this child.
He wants to be a YouTuber when he gets older. And
Oh, he wants to be just like PewDiePie. Oh, wow. That's probably why he went on the show. He went on the show because he knows he'd go on YouTube.
I couldn't force Nico to get up and go.
Another Dr. Phil child that wants to be a YouTuber. I feel...
Yeah, what a surprise that all of the kids that go on Dr. Phil want to be YouTubers. Isn't that an interesting fucking, you know, a little correlation there? It's like every single time I see a kid on Dr. Phil, there's never, oh, he wants to be a doctor, he wants to work at NASA. No, he wants to be a YouTuber. He wants to be, he wants to be a dragon? You know, like, yeah, some fucking stupid ass shit.
Weird about this. I hate that that's the case. I've ruined generations of children's and aspirations. You can become anything else. Don't do it. Run while you can. It's not worth it.
I want to become a
YouTuber so I can play even more video games.
He's a very large child.
It's a very large child. That's one way to put it. Yeah, and the best part is, like, if he was doing YouTube, you realize, like, he wouldn't be able to play as many video games. He'd have to edit his videos. So he would actually spend less time playing video games if he was a YouTuber.
I think Nico takes advantage of me more now because he knows that I'm disabled. I'm in a wheelchair and there's not much I can do. He'll strike out and he'll hit me. Physically, I'm no match for him. He's a big kid.
Is that a Fortnite pillow? I was just thinking, I wonder what he's playing. That makes him like 17 hours a day. He's definitely playing Fortnite.
Nico begs and begs and begs to get what he wants.
Can I please just get 3.99 cents first?
No, I shouldn't even have to
Wait,
bribe
what?
to get what he wants.
Can I please just get 3.99 cents first?
No, I shouldn't even have to bribe you to take a shower. I should.
I can't understand him. The Xbox is going.
I think he's asking for a 99-cent skin or something like that.
Can I please just get 3.99 cents first?
No.
What?
Well, yeah, I don't know what the fuck this means.
I want to know what he's asking. $3.99.
Oh, wow. That's a
Give the man-
lot.
Give the man what he wants.
It's very simple. Bang the phone again and I take it away from you. Take your shower.
Please. I can't.
He physically can't. It's impossible.
So
My
in
man.
the end, I allowed him to get the small things that he wants.
That's smart, you know? I actually really like that. Because, like, saying that he won't do it, now it's like a battle of wills. But if he physically cannot take the shower, then it's not even really a conversation point. Because, I mean, he can't do it. Yeah, I mean, he can't take a shower. So, like, I mean, yeah, I can't do it, so it's not a problem.
Wanted, and he's going to take a shower.
So you gave him what he wanted, and he couldn't even take a shower. Oh my god. 4 hours later.
It's now 3:45, and you promised me at 2:30 you would take a shower.
I forgot.
Well,
Why is taking a shower such a big deal? Like, I feel like it's not that big of a deal. I mean, look, it's a debuff. It's not a big deal, guys. It's like the focus should be on him getting a job, him going to school, him, I don't know, like losing weight, getting in shape. All of these things are more important than taking a shower. The shower's not that big of a deal, okay, guys?
I'm reminding you.
Is parenting this hard? I mean, the child is clearly horrible.
Of course it is. That's why they're involving Dr. fucking Phil.
But I mean, you can't even make him take a shower.
At what point did you give yourself permission to speak to your parents in a disrespectful way? Well, there had to be some point at which you said it's okay
you're not
to
so
scream.
tough now, are you, little?
Yeah. Big old Baldy over there asking the tough questions.
Gamer
Moms at my
boy.
mother or father, or tell my father, I'm going to stab you tonight.
Jesus Christ. It's interesting how as soon as Dr. Phil comes out, they're just like,
yeah.
The amount of disrespect for the parents in their home in front of camera, but in a studio, they're like,
he's probably
She was saying,
embarrassed.
I don't demean her. I don't tell her she's worthless, but you do call her a fat bitch.
When I get mad, I don't think, and it just comes out.
Would that be a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So Dad's over there calling Mom a fat bitch. Well, I can see, I see. Okay, so this is, okay. Now things are getting interesting.
But you want to play semantics with me that you don't tell her she's worthless. You just tell her she's a fat bitch.
yeah.
She's recording you. Dad, you better not hit me. She's recording you.
So apparently the dad is only home 2 hours a day because he works the whole.
Yeah, well, obviously he's making the most of it. He's calling her a fat bitch and beating the shit out of fucking the kid. Yeah, I mean, look, it's just what the dad's. This is pathetic. Like everything about this is fucking pathetic. The dad, like, if you get the belt out, you're gonna hit the fucking kid. Why? For playing video games? What the fuck is this? Yeah, you've got a deadbeat dad goes around with a belt because he can't, like, think about it, right? Like, this is a grown-ass fucking man who can't even figure out how to deal with some 16-year-old fat kid that sits on his sofa all day and plays video games. This kid can probably barely fucking read, but somehow he's finessing you, and he's living in your fucking house, using your fucking internet, eating probably a lot of your fucking food, and you can't do anything about it except for beat him? What an idiot. Oh my God. She's recording you, yeah.
Day. I mean, I would probably work a little extra if that's the house.
So if he's saying she's recording you, this clearly means that the kid has gotten beaten before, and he knows that it's fucking wrong. Yeah, see, like, think about, like, all the things that implies by him saying she's recording you.
I had to come up to him, and he gets so angry, he blacks out. It's really weird.
I pass out probably in the beginning. I get so enraged.
Get off of me. Get off me.
I guess my body can't handle it anymore, and then I hit the floor.
Oh, my body can't handle it anymore. It's somebody. Oh, it's his body can't handle it anymore. Yeah, well, I'm sure. Oh man, wow. It's his body. It's a debuff. What a fucking loser. No wonder his kid's a loser. It's hereditary.
It's super weird.
It could range.
It's not weird. It's fucked up and pathetic. That's what it is.
I've been out 30 minutes for 45 minutes.
Are you okay?
Like, if that's actually happening, this dude's got to see a fucking doctor. That's not healthy. You're gonna fall down and crack your fucking head.
No, what?
I have no memory of what happens when I pass out. I don't even remember hitting the floor. He has told me that.
All right, so here we are in the studio. The child made
What do you think makes you
First
as
time
angry
outside.
as you get?
I honestly don't know.
When you're...
All right, so here we are in the
Listen up
studio.
again.
The child made
What do you think makes you
First
as
time
angry
outside.
as you get?
What makes him as angry as you get? Probably because you've seen your dad do that all the fucking time. So big fucking surprise, you're gonna go around and act like an animal, a wild feral hog, because that's what your dad does. And it probably gets your mom to do what he wants. So yeah, you probably do the same thing. Your mom with one leg. It's so pathetic.
I honestly don't know.
When you're
I do.
screaming at her and yelling at moms and threatening to smash her in the face with your controller, how do you feel afterwards?
Feel really bad about it.
Not buying it. Not buying it.
Let's take a look at this.
Gamer rage.
Nico, you don't tell me. Let me play, Kathy.
Who do you think?
Adriana returns to Twitch after TwitchCon mission.
Humor. This week is going to be easy. I speak from experience. Keep a smile. Thank you so much, Frost the Dragon. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Yeah, I'm excited for heavy PT. I'm ready. Like, I want to take my brace off and run. I know I can't because I'll die of 20 minutes of walking. I get tired from that. Like, just that I get tired from.
On Twitch.
Oh, so this is a cover. Oh, okay, makes sense. Yeah, that is dank. That is mega dank. Damn, they cooked them. They cooked them, bro. They sent him the steak and they cooked them. That's insane.
Chatter can't take Hassan seriously.
With his hat on, brother. What? I'm covering American politics. Okay, it's a clown show. I might as well look the part. What do you mean? You have like an actually valid reverend who's from the community running up against a dude who just ran a football, okay, and can't speak, literally has had like 1 million abortions, has talked about getting into shootouts with the police, and has claimed about getting into shootouts with the police, and has claimed he's a cop, okay? And like, there are more Georgians as it stands that voted for him than the other guy. Okay? He pulled out a fake police badge on the debate stage. He has threatened to kill his wife, put a her neck. What do you mean?
You may now kiss the bride.
By the state of California, it really is my pleasure to pronounce you husband and wife. The moment we all know you've been waiting very patiently for. You may kiss your wife.
Danny Gigachad. Extra Emily thanks a raider. Hot take on the GTA RP.
Play GTA now with all this role-playing stuff and all of that just seems like so uninteresting to me. Like, just like, I don't want to have voice chat improv with kids that are pretending to be cops. Like, it's just embarrassing. Half these videos, like, you watch them do it and you're just like, oh my god, what? I don't, and that's me outside looking in, to actually have to interact with and talk to these people, and you have to assume that 100% of them are streaming and they're just like, it's my hilarious Grand Theft Auto roleplay. And you're like, oh dude, come on. It is so dire. It is so dire.
Jake and Baker spots a lifted Prius.
Is that?
Lifts a Prius. Respect. Respect. Ultimate respect. What is? Holy crap.
What the f was that? I need to go in that car.
Welcome to the future, boys.
I need to go in that car.
I've never seen that before.
Streamer shares her old mistakes.
You know, one of my biggest mistakes on my old streams is that I read everything on my lives. So don't you dare say some dumb shit, because I swear to God, I know what I'm doing now, and I know not to just read everything that I see, and we're good at it. The Eagles. Are you sad because you're losing? That's what it is. Cookie dough or deal dough? What is that? Oh.
The God of War dynamic plays out in every parent.
Oh, I did it!
Streamer comments on Hassan.
The age of voting at the same time. Hassan, you look so hot right now in that color green. I would.